Alright. Let's get some music so I can fix my volume. Let's play this banger down here. Okay, I think we're good. Alright. Trash Baskets, Natsuki Sayori. I enjoy this. This game is really good. These side stories I really like. So, let's do some more. So we just finished Understanding, which was Yuri having a little breakdown because she's getting into her own head. But they didn't introduce Natsuki yet, so I feel like the start of Respect is going to be Natsuki coming into the club, which I'm excited to see how they do that. Okay. Alright. So the club is Yuri, Monika, and Sayori. I think they said it has to be 4 people to be an official club. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it's just 3, but I think it's 4. So they need Natsuki still. They're still trying to become a club and trying to recruit members. Alright. Make sure I'm all good. Okay. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monika, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all three of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening, and in walks a girl none of them have seen before. Oh, so they're just gonna go straight into it. This music is great! Hi. Sayori tugs excitedly at Monika's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yay, that's great! Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah! Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms into it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. God, this music is sick! Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori God. And then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Turn this down just a bit. Music volume, bring it down one. This song is good, but it's a little loud. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever kind of literature. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. I have what vibe? Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. Hehe. I'm an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. That's funny. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Strawberry is banging, Natsuki. I agree. Oh, let's get ice cream! My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough. Or maybe chocolate. It's cookie dough. Cookie dough is also... Dang it, bro. Cookie dough is the best, to be honest. So... Just another reason Sayori's best girl. And Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? Hey, Jasmine. So, this side story, the last one had Yuri's little breakdown and Sayori cheered her up. And then this one, it started off and Natsuki has just walked into the club room. It's a couple weeks after that. And Natsuki's just walked into the club room and they're introducing themselves. She said, my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Sayori said, let's get ice cream, and Natsuki said cookie dough is her favorite. And she said, and Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. I'm just joking, I have no idea for Yuri. Still. It's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out, or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet since we only have like 3 members, so we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with like some more structured club activities. I have noticed, I think these side stories are written, they don't seem written by the original writers, because it's much more modernized, even though it's only been a few years. Like, they're saying like a lot, like here. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with, like, some more structured club activities. That's a lot more prevalent. Vibe. They said vibe, which wasn't really... Like, if you said vibe in 2017, it was a weird word to say. It's a little bit more laid back than the original game, which I like. I don't think it's bad writing. It's just definitely noticeably different than the original game. It's been a while. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I'm... literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? Hey, why'd you say it like that? Hehe, I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That sounds so great. Like, see, there it is again. That sounds so great. Like, after all, I've been doing all this, Yuri returns to the desks with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk. After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance. Ah, I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in? Well, not really. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Ooh, God. Just calling her out. Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, is it that big of a deal? Manga is literature, right? Um, I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically, I get it. Activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. That's fine, right? Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, thank you! You're the best! I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up. Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Ugh, I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is gonna get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance, especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you just don't want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No, you're a pleasure to be around. Hehe, I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I really am going to start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and walks over to the door, then opens it. Thank you! Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection! Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies, There's still one more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them. Monika anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monika is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monika thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. A little fake smile Monika gives Natsuki. Is the stream still up, Jasmine? Hang on. Is it just my playback lagging, or is the whole thing lagging? I'll refresh. What does that mean? Also, Zombie, is it playing? Because I don't know if the stream has stopped or if just my playback has stopped on my laptop. Okay. Okay, well, if you didn't respond within the next few seconds, I was going to assume it froze. So I'll refresh my page. I don't know why. My playback's been doing this, but this laptop also is dog shit, so, you know. Okay. So, I slept for 3 hours, right? I instantly went back on Tarkov. Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Now I'm reading you guys like I read Doki Doki. Okay. Good. Now my playback is working. Family also came home early, so fuck me. Okay, so I'm gonna get back on this. Monica forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Dang, they came home tonight? Were they like on vacation or something? Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. Ah, that's ass. I mean, hey, that 24-hour stream was really good. Yeah, it was 26. That was good though. That last little bit was a little rough. Kept getting fragged out. Like when I said I was gonna give 100 bits per kill, and you know, you didn't get a single kill. Said I'll give you 100 bits per kill. Zombie goes, oh, easy. Zombie's like, easy, bro. I'm about to drop the whole lobby. You're gonna be poor at the end of this. 2 attempts. 2 attempts, and you didn't even get a kill. But I did give you, because I felt really bad, because I was laughing hard as fuck when, like, the first time you died, and I was just like, no. Yeah, I saw when you just had a shotgun and you were running around. I figured it was just a meme run, because you lost all that shit on that first run. That was nuts. So I was like, I'll just give him 1,000 bits. But you know, I was really next time you run Tarkov, I gotta give you that challenge again, man, and you gotta frag out. Cause then it gets like as you like stack up kills, it gets like more and more intense. I know, you were talking about that, talking about how the guy couldn't be there or whatever. And then the one game you were extracting, and you were like 2 seconds left with extracting, and you just started getting lit up by the one dude. It was really fun. Okay, I gotta play the game. Can't talk about your stream, I gotta do mine. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there? I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monica sighs. The teachers are gonna ask what all this manga is doing here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So? Monica backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Yeah, no, that was a hell of a gunfight before you extracted. Good afternoon! Sayori spins into the club room. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, it's because I have this. Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money and got a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty. Wait, who said that? Okay. I found some money and got a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. I know, I had to lurk towards the end. Oh, fuck me. I had to lurk towards the end. And then I came back. I left and came back, and you had hosted somebody else. But, it was a good stream overall. I couldn't hang out for the most part. I was busy. After I left your stream last night, I was busy. And then all throughout today, we had like a grill out and fireworks and stuff. Our house has become the grill out house in our family because my dad's a hell of a cook. My mom's a hell of a cook, and we have a nice big backyard for fireworks. Yeah. What was so bad about that part? As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want an entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant. Boo. Yeah. You just got super repetitive. Also, when I get my setup finished, because I'm doing a whole renovation in my room here soon, so once I'm done with that, I'm gonna get a nice setup. Um, I'm going to start streaming on PC, and I heard that you can use the Lo-Fi Girl music on your stream as long as you mention her like in the stream, like not in the title, but in the stream like description or whatever in your info. You can just use all of the lo-fi that's on that. Yeah, all the lo-fi that's on there. So, dude, just like late night video games with some lo-fi playing, bro. That sounds just perfect. That sounds like a great stream. Okay. Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it'd be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everybody else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that... Natsuki glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say that you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I like Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monica's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monica have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just... Natsuki cuts off Monica by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious I'm not wanted here, so I'm just going to leave. But I would really have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no. Sayori runs after her, leaving just Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find that she doesn't have to participate. How could she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things, Monica sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. Sorry, you can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. So you just have all these bodies that you can go loot? That's funny. Ugh, Why is it the hardest to be rational during times you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Hey, manga's literature. Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it, so I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling your confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. Yeah, cheaters are always fucking cringe. Like, modding can be really fun in games, but when you cheat in public lobbies, you just have, like, the worst, like, SDS. Straight up, straight up got that shrimp dick syndrome, bro. Oh, that's good. That's a little makeup for the games the main game that you died to the cheater when I said the 100 bits per kill. So that's good. Hmm. You may be right. What is she right about? Yeah, about her not liking the manga. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it's nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. It's just, this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica has failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Parfait girls. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Oh, that's the end of part 1. Wait, what? Okay, so we have a new thing on the inbox. Why are the days going backwards? That's weird. I've lost her. OMG. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. It would get 404'd in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of her tweets, e.g., not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation. Oh. So, in the story of the game, obviously, the Monica that's alive in the control situation was given a Twitter for our world. Interesting. Natsuki! Finish side story, respect 1. Okay, no more poems that are new. No CGs from that one. I am excited to see the CG for part 2 here. Music, we got the Natsuki music, the new Natsuki music from that one as well, which is kind of a banger. Where is it? Is it Strawberry Peppermint? Yeah, Strawberry Peppermint. I like this one. I think there's gonna be a song at the very end, and I'm really curious. So I know and it's so good. Every track is so good. The music in this game, like Dear Sunshine, is actually in my playlist. This song is a fucking banger. But there's a CG that I've seen where Monica is playing the piano and looking at like at the screen or whatever. But the thing is that can't be a CG from the side stories. I don't think, because none of the other characters, the main character is not, like, I'll say full-time, is not in the side stories, and none of the other members know that Monica's been practicing piano. So I think there may be a way to actually choose Monica in the normal DDLC now. unless there is just a CG of Monica playing piano that you unlock through other means. But there's no way that Monica can be playing piano and looking at any of the other three characters. Like, does that make sense? There's no way Monica can be playing piano with one of the other three characters, because none of them in the main game knew that she played piano. So, but I know that's a CG that I'm assuming the last one isn't even with Monica. So I don't know if it's... I don't know. We'll see. It might be in reflection. So we've got Monica and Sayori, Sayori and Yuri, Natsuki and Monica, Sayori and Natsuki, Yuri and Monica, and then this one I'm excited for, Self-Love. I think this is going to be really good. All 6 side stories. So I got all the side stories, but Yuri was someone who was... The only other side story with Monica, besides the one I'm on now, is with Yuri, and Yuri was surprised to hear that Monica did piano. So I don't know where this piano CG comes in, unless there's a way to get the piano CG on the main game. If there's a way to actually go with Monica. I don't know, because it was in the trailers. So I know it's got to be in the game. I'll just keep playing. I'll stop ranting. Okay. That song is a banger, by the way. Fucking incredible. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica's usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. Yeah, they can't put 2 B's back to back like that, bro. They know I have a stutter. Come on now. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's going to change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please? I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave, except... Oh, God, I can't fucking read. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I don't want to make that happen. So I want to make that happen for you. ... I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Oh, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care about what anyone else thinks, but you know, the signs for the literature club say that you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided that it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing, too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from the manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what this club is for. The club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise. Natsuki does not respond and they teleport away. It's lunchtime the next day. Ooh, are we gonna get a new background? Cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Dude, lunchtime at school was one of the greatest things ever. Like, just the thought, just the line that it just played where it says it's lunchtime the next day is just an immediate like flashback to being in the lunchroom with my friends. God, I made fun of people. Like, my parents were like, "You're gonna miss high school," and I was like, "No, I'm definitely not. I don't miss high school, but I miss the people I was with." Like, I would if I could like choose to go back and just be in lunch, I would do it. So much fun. Is the stream okay? I just had a bit of a uh-oh. Is the stream alright? My playback just stopped. Shit. What the fuck? Now it is? Okay. I don't know why the fuck that happened. That's annoying. I guess my download on my internet just kind of dropped for a second. Or my upload. My bitrate's been fine though. There was no interruption on my bitrate, so that's weird. Okay. Whatever. I'll keep going. Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so that she could make amends. I can't fucking read. Jesus Christ. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Monica's bright hair. Oh God, that doesn't even say Monica, bro. It says Natsuki. What am I doing? Jesus. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. Oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. And this filter that takes my entire small backpack that should be worth $1 million right now. Do they have like a live market? Like an in-game live market? Where prices on shit will go up and down based on like quests or whatever? Oh shit. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It would be really tactless to just interrupt them. Jasmine, it keeps him contained. Alright, we gotta leave him to his addiction. It'd be really tactless just to interrupt them. Oh god. Is it just me, or does this look like there's an action? I feel like there's a modeled character under this silhouette. Well, I mean, half of that was from your 26-hour stream, so. Oh yeah, did you end up joining that literature club or what? Huh, of course I joined, why wouldn't I? Ha, I told you she would join. This is weird. Okay, no worries. Why are there silhouettes modeled like this? Ha, I told you she would join. Haha, come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you I never wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Pulls out her phone? Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. Ahaha, true. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up. Just let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What are you gonna buy? What are you gonna... Oh, what? You're gonna buy her smutty fan fiction? Haha, well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? I told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder how far you've come since then. Not to mention you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast, it brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monica's direction, prompting Monica to quickly turn away and distance herself. Assholes, bro. Jesus. Like, she got mad at Monica for judging the manga collection, but those people are fucking dicks. My god. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. Ugh, I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. Yeah, I mean, she just kind of stared at you like, please say something. Help me out here. And you just walked away. New song. Songs are like Pokemon now. I just want to get them all. After school ends, Monica distractedly makes her way to the clubroom. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monica picks a desk and slumps into it. Something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself, unless it's in a way that I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. And especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just like a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. That was really cool. I like this really short back and forth. Like, I don't know. Makes it feel more real. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay, I guess I'll just continue then. Didn't you say you didn't like Rent-A-Girlfriend? Yuri nods. Yeah. Well, Natsuki has kind of a blunt attitude, you know? She has a blunt. There's no attitude, she just has a blunt all the time. It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. Yeah. Might as well read the manga. Who cares? Manga's great. Yeah. Reading manga is fun, and manga is literature, so Zombie, you're basically part of the literature club. Look at you. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her, telling her to grow up and stuff like that. The literature club would help her grow out of manga. It just made me so mad. Like, let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was... Oh, shit. I didn't mean hit X. And when I had that thought, it was when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. Well, Zombie, let's see. So, you have the long-ish hair. You have the titties. I'm sure you have rope somewhere. And you read manga, which Sayori hasn't done yet, but she might soon. So, you're almost there. You're almost there. And, I mean, you have me, the main character, as your friend. We're not childhood friends, but we can form fit it, you know. It's no worries. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy really isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time. Monica shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry at that her friends are treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah. I'm going to get them back by making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monica and Yuri jump. That just sounds like something Sayori would do. I can tell they're having, like, Yuri and Natsuki are having an intense conversation, and all of a sudden, Sayori just FBI opens up the door open. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monica's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay, I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again! So how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki's coming to the club meeting today? Finally, skier level 2, man. Fuck this traitor. I don't know what any of this means. I think I'm having a stroke. I don't think she is. I see. Monika was afraid of that. Not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. Yeah, that's good. Good. It's so easy just to duck away from the conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay, do you think you can get her home? What? Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit, is that okay? Yeah, I'm just going to read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Sayori picks up the manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that? Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club. Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri. I'm sure it was just someone else who was using this classroom then, okay? Monika smiles at them both. Then, with a wave, she exits the clubroom. Is that it? I really shouldn't have left that out. If Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Wait, does she like manga? Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. Wait, is this going to be it? Is this going to be the piano CG? So she's been practicing. She's been practicing piano. It's time for the next club meeting. The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. What was it? Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back. Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. Wait, what? But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with their own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monika has admittedly so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monika takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Damn. Was it like a big quest, I'm assuming? Okay, everyone, the literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head. Natsuki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it'd be so easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to not take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get the chance to talk to her. Wait, God, I need to stop fucking disassociating midstream, mid-reading. No, it's because I already told you to. That's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. Reward was shit, but it's just... Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like even if the reward's bad, if there's like... Because there's guns in Destiny and shit that I go for, and the reward is god-awful. Like, I'm never going to use the gun, but actually just getting it and having that, like, tab off the screen is so satisfying. That makes it worth it. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that joy, as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? I find it funny that there isn't that a gun, Peacekeeper? A Peacekeeper that's, you know, a gun called Peacekeeper. That's kind of ironic. Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But it's really dumb. Much everyone else does. Is that okay? But it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. Cute. Time to meme run customs for this one quest. Meme runs are fun. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room? Oh, she does show Natsuki. The music room? But doesn't Natsuki have a surprise reaction in the main game? Why? Well, you'll see. Ooh. God, I wish my music room looked like this. Mine looked cool still, the one that I played in. I spent so much time in music class, bro. My senior year, so we had 7 bells in the day, 7 classes in the day. Half of my day, more than half of my day was spent in the music room. Yeah. You have your own play style. That's cool. You can just do however you want to do it. Play aggressive, play slow. But yeah, I had 2 steel drum classes, one of which was an extended hour-long class, and then I had music class. So I had the regular steel drum, the extended steel drum, and my band class. And I fucking loved all of them. Yeah. Pistol people. Didn't you say you were popping off with a pistol at one point? Or somebody was popping off with a pistol? You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like, things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would never have realized that I did something wrong. So you just started popping off with it, just said fuck it, going on with the pistol. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? And she actually did change for others. Because they were talking about how she stopped writing the fanfiction, or stopped showing them the fanfiction, I guess. I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry. I think I just felt kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. Died by desync. I wasn't aiming at me and shooting me. Yeah. Dude, desync in video games is so... I don't even, I've caught myself, I don't even play online shooters anymore. Online I feel like I'd play Tarkov, because I think I like the play style, the hyper-realistic play style of Tarkov. I think it'd be really fun. But, competitive shooters and shit, or, shooters in general, I haven't played Call of Duty in forever. It pisses me off. I can't do it. It's on Unity. That's bad. Yeah, Unity is not great. Yeah, I just desync. I'm tired in games when I'm doing well and I die to lag, or I die to connection issues or desync, or somebody using the best weapons in the game. It pisses me off. And I told myself at one point, I was like, this is seriously pissing me off to the point of my anxiety is getting high even if I'm turning on the game. So I was like, fuck this, I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah, so I just basically gave up on any sort of shooter, and unless it's PvE. Doesn't know about the meta guns in Tarkov yet. Who's in the stream? Mitchell? I'm not good with names. I think that sounds like a name you said during the other streams. I'm not good with names. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I recognize that name. Definitely. Yeah, meta guns, they in any game they piss me off like in Call of Duty and shit. It's just people wake up in the morning, they don't have a job. Slayer Nebula watching the full time. um, but people wake up in the morning and they get onto Call of Duty and they play their ass off and just use the meta weapons. So we'll see if there's a lot of meta weapons. Um, that's better than just like in Call of Duty where there's one gun that kills 0.1% faster than every other gun, and if you put this attachment on it, you can two-shot through walls. It's just like, and then everyone is spamming that gun, and if you don't use it, you're going to go negative, and that's just fucking terrible. It's not fun. Anyway, I gotta play the game. What the heck? Might have read a bit of your manga. What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry. I think I just felt like kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. Aha! I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume, and I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts. I know. It should be before my goal to have my setup in my room finished is before my 21st birthday, which is late September. So, late September, I'll have my setup, I'll have um, my room finished, and I'm going to start, hopefully, because I enjoy streaming, and because I'm going to be working night shift, I'm going to be awake at nights on the weekends, so it's going to be really fun. I can stream without having to worry about everybody else in the internet, because everybody else has day stuff to do, so they're all asleep. And I'm going to put up, fucking, what are those tiles, the soundproof tiles? I'm going to put those up so I can actually play and stream. It'll be really fun. Zombie, did you just call me a baka in chat, bro? What the fuck? Haha. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wish I was, if I just did what I wanted instead of always second guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. This art! This art, bro! This is so cute! This is so cute! Okay, I gotta stop. I know, look at Natsuki, she's adorable. I always felt like I should only stare at the absolute... I should only share the absolute best parts of myself, the parts that will impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Aha, hey! I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought into my head, but it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Natsuki is so cute! Jesus Christ, Zombie. I mean, I'm sure, like I said before, the 26-hour stream definitely didn't help with that. Okay. Because, you know, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long, and I'm really not any good at it yet, like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club, and I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. This is cute. Yuri joining the club. And Sayori becoming vice president. Monica encouraging Yuri. Natsuki joining. Sayori wanting to read the manga. Monica rejecting that idea. Sayori trying to get Natsuki to come back. So good! And there's everybody. Dang, I wish I could get that good at piano that quick. Jesus Christ. Just a couple of weeks and she's already got that down? Holy fuck. Oh man. See, but okay, so I feel like that's maybe a plot hole. Maybe I'm just stupid and Natsuki didn't say anything or something. But I thought everybody was surprised when Monica was like, "Well, I've been practicing piano." God, now I'm curious. But I can't save. So after this, I'm gonna go look at that actually. That's all. That was so good. It was? Yeah, are you kidding? You're already like you're like already a pro. Not even close. Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so yeah, it's called My Song Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. And it's all of you who help shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, I think that's really thoughtful and kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things and I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So yeah, I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. It's fine, I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Hmm? Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now. You got me. The closet's all yours. Hee. I'll tell you what. I'll bring a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. Cupcakes! Because they're insanely hard. Hang on, I have to go up a little bit because I wasn't reading. If I find cultists, my luck is unreal. I will only know if I find them. They're coming too, because they're insanely hard to see. Zombie, that sounds better than most things it could be. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Yep, cupcakes. Nice. That was a really nice CG. I love that one a lot. Finish side story, respect 2. It's all the characters, so now they're all in the club and accepted. Finish side story, respect 2. Hey, you know, if they do it respectfully, it's not a bad thing, right? I'm putting this as the wallpaper. This is so good. I'm so glad they added these side stories. Now, if they only would add the regular game. Look at these! So there's one more location we haven't been. Oh, I think it's this area by the vending machine by the stairs. I don't think we've been there yet. There's a vending machine by the stairs that we have to get to. So let's see. My song, Your Note. Nice. Okay, let me look real quick. Because I'm super, super curious now. This is a good game, right? What is this game? This is a good one, right? Okay, let me do a new game. Not yet. My theory on it is I have to get to the last side story, and in the last side story, I'll unlock a song. In that, however long that song is the time I have to set it to, for the 0301 for the meeting notes 3, and then that'll lead me to other stuff I have to unlock. But I think I have to finish all the side stories. Anyway, let's get past all this. I think it's on. Who I go with doesn't matter, so I'll just skip through the poem writing. Who am I gonna get? That's the question. Wait, oh, that's a trophy? Write a poem in 20 seconds or less. There's a trophy called any % world record attempts. That's fucking hilarious. I never would have gotten that if I didn't go back to do this right now. I never would have thought to skip through like that. That's fucking amazing. Hi again, full time. Glad to see you didn't run away. So after this day... Oh, I got Sayori. Best girl. Obviously, I got Sayori. You know, look at my poem. Shut up. Monica. Hey, full time. They're gonna argue. Natsuki, I don't really care. I just want to get to... I think it's the start of the next day. All of them being up in the air at once is funny. Okay, so I think it's the start of today. That Monica's late, and I want to see Natsuki's reaction. Time for the club meeting. Got a little more comfortable. Hi, full time. Oh, Sayori. Good mood. Simple things. Speaking of which, kind of hungry. So this is all no coins. Yuri's gonna laugh. I hope that's not a plot hole. Yeah, because this is where Sayori takes a bite of Natsuki's cookie because she wants a snack. And then... God, that noise jump scared me. So happy, just eats it. She wants the chocolate chip. Takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. And then... Natsuki glances around. Monica isn't in the club room. Where is Monica anyway? Good question. Not me. Hang on, let's see. So, Monica's in the club room. Where is Monica anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today? Not me. Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual. Hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. You don't think she has a... I wouldn't be surprised, but more desirable... Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Eh? Monica chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed. Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Ah, never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kinda just lost track of time. Yeah. Haha. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. Practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music. I don't really. It just kind of started recently. Always wanted to learn. That's so cool. That's Maybe once I get a little bit better. Yay, it sounds cool. Also look forward to it. So that's so. In that case, I won't let you down full time. Okay, so Natsuki didn't even say anything. So I guess that holds up. Yeah, I guess that holds up then. Oh, I got Natsuki for this day. That's funny. Okay, go back to the side stories then. I just thought all three of them had a reaction like, "What, Monica, you play piano?" But Sayori didn't. Or Monica, whatever the fuck didn't. Finish a poem game in 20 seconds or left. Natsuki didn't, that's what I'm trying to say. This is a cute one, I like this. Little, is it the, what is it called, Chibi? Chibi characters? There's still poems I have to get. I think I still have to do the Natsuki route? Yuri route, maybe? Special poem from Yuri. Gotta get some, there's still stuff I have to get, goddamn. I'm gonna get it all. I want to get the Platinum Trophy for this game. Pretty badly. I'll just have to, once I finish streaming it, I'm gonna go and actually look up what I have to do. Alright, next side story. Balance. My two favorite characters. I'm excited for this one. Begin this side story. Yep. I'm really excited for the CG that gets made. Natsuki! While Natsuki is messing around with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches her from behind and pulls her into an embrace. What? Hi. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members: Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Each club member has received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was the first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple holy fuck, bro. Literary interests. Can I please speak English properly? Decided to focus on her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy, with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey in Natsuki's manga collection. Let me do something real quick. Come on, man. Okay. Sorry about that. Fuck me. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Ah, well that depends on what the kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all of those things. Sayori reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand and replaces it on the shelf, in a less conspicuous location. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get really good until like a few volumes in. And I wouldn't ask somebody to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. I could handle it. I did it with Yuri's book at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of... I have the fucking speaking mannerisms of a donut. Holy fuck. I need to get water. This is fucking me up. No, I have the attention span of a donut. But I love my friends and I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut, I just said I have the attention span of one. Aw, were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute. No. How did you get to that conclusion? And don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Aw, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet's doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry, it wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like, well, a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. Zombie, have you read that manga? Love is Another Word for Luck? It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out, like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're going to ship yourself with. It would be so funny if I'm right. Ship? I don't get it. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. In the main game, Natsuki doesn't die. She doesn't have, like, an actual, like, because in the second act, if you even, because that's what I tried to do in my playthrough, is I tried to go with Natsuki. She just gets corrupted, and then Yuri ends up being the obsessive one. And even if you pick a poem with Natsuki, Yuri is so obsessed with you that you go with her, and then Yuri has the death animation. Natsuki just gets, like, corrupted, and her tendencies with, like, not eating enough get to her. She has the thing where she, like, snaps her neck and runs at the camera, but she doesn't like explicitly die. She doesn't have a death scene like Sayori and Yuri do, because it doesn't. I guess it makes sense. It might have been kind of hard to might have been on time constraints or something to actually animate something for Natsuki. Okay. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Worry about what? I wasn't paying attention. Ship. Okay. She was talking about who she was going to ship. Dude, the final arc of Demon Slayer is one of my favorites. Like, of any sort of book I've ever read. So good. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we could do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just... Well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. Read the what manga? What is KH? I don't know what KH is. After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monika strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so I'm not sure if she meant that I can't say that to her or just can't say that at all. Say what? Nothing. I am a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But, you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much. Oh, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? What is KH? I don't know what that is. Well, I mean, just little signs, like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. Oh, that makes sense. You guys like that stuff. You guys like Kingdom Hearts, don't ya? You little Kingdom Hearts players. Look at this disrespect. Jasmine doesn't even capitalize the first letters. Can't believe this. She should just kick her out of the community. I'll take her place. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Maybe. Ah, my stupid head is making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns you have, because I'm always here to help. You're the best! Sayori gives Monica a quick hug. Well, I'm going to keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her. You got this. I like to think when Sayori picked up that manga that had like the girl that apparently wasn't wearing enough clothing, I like to think that Natsuki's actually like bi and reads hentai. I shouldn't say that. She's like 15 years old. Fuck. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in as usual. That's me. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there. Hi. What you reading? Can I read it with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book. Did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw all the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking, or when I'm... God damn, can't read. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back over to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all of your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are like really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no, it was just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings. Well... Yeah. Zombie, you gotta put that emote where it's like the dude talking to the brick wall. But for Jasmine instead of you this time. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, there you go. Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. Wait, what? Find ways of expressing their feelings. Doesn't that depend on more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so... You write poems? Yeah, Zombie played Kingdom Hearts because he was he's a, what's it called? He's a TAS. Zombie has a task built in, and he has to satisfy it by playing Kingdom Hearts and speedrunning it. He's a task built into his brain, and it just craves Kingdom Hearts. A pussy ass. You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but you should. I mean, would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Sayori is not doing good with this. No, you're not. I'm reporting you as we speak. That's cyberbullying. Well, the thing is, Jasmine, you're a girl, and no Twitch moderator is gonna ban you. Like, you just say, I have tits, and they're not gonna ban you. It's simple as that. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! She's just like getting more and more like over it as they go. Good luck, Sam. Good luck. At the end of one of the club club meeting, yeah, that's what it fucking says. Jesus Christ. At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She's pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah, I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Hmm? Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back. I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and, like, share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know. I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monica navigates to her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I don't know, I could, like, divert her into another club activity for you or something? No way, that would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve problems even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would like to talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would make her just constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural. Well, I think you do a good job expressing all your feelings. She would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. Ugh, it just feels so dumb. Talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. She then mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Hey! I'm sorry. That just tickled me for some reason. Wait, what? Oh, she said weird and not cool. That's why she said that. Look, I know you're kind of in a tough spot, and that's hard for you to really express yourself, but you really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think that the most important part of being able to navigate through these things, I think that's the most difficult part of being able to navigate through these things. Most important part. Fuck me. I cannot read, bro. I'm getting so pissed. So I believe that you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her thought in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything was really going to be okay. Oh, now we're going to part 2. Mail, new mail. Wait, what? So this is supposed to be... Wait, 12:06 a.m. Okay, so this is called Staying Focused on Our Goals from Paula. Paula seems to be kind of like a Karen. Yeah, if you're using a pistol meme, you can't heal. Come on now. That takes away the meme. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. How does gathering elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional state? How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's values and goals? How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change contents of the VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how might your observations apply to our own universe? Bonus, how can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, can you please change it back? It's unprofessional and ruins the risk of drawing eyes. It runs the risk of drawing eyes. Yeah, this seems like a Karen. Fuck Paula. I'm in fuck Paula gang. that's rough. New song? What new song did I get? Just a little bit? Was that? I don't think that one was here, was it? Okay, so I'm kind of sus, Jasmine. If you remember, like you were saying earlier about the files, why is this one 1206? That just seems, because look, it has a date, December 5th, 2019, up at the top. Come here, you loaded boys. Meet my pistol. But it, instead of being like these, wait, are these all? These all were sent at 12:06 a.m. What the fuck? Is that just a bug? December 6th, 2019, 12:06, 12:06. Huh. And they all send this to the untitled mail group, do not use. So they have like a private mail group where they're experimenting with this VM. Where like, they're actual, like, not real, but they're supposed to be, quote, real. Huh, okay, I'm gonna try out 12:06 it said? 12:06, so internal 030. Let's try 12:06, let's see if that works. 12:06, and it's AM as well, so I'll do that. Maybe this will work? No? Fuck. You just been going at it, bro. It's a good sign that you're getting better. And all of these are sending backwards as well. I don't know. Maybe that's... Yeah, maybe they just didn't mean to do that. Yeah. That's ass. I hate that shit in games where it's like, oh, here's the... Like I said about Call of Duty. Here's the best gun in the game. Super easy to use and get, and now everybody is using just that. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, I can see that. That can be frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna open up Balance Part 2. And I'm guessing that's because respect. So, trust was Sayori trusting Monica and opening up to her. Understanding was Sayori understanding Yuri's issues. Respect was Monica respecting Natsuki's manga collection and her enjoying that. And Natsuki respecting Monica back. Balance is Sayori having to find the balance of being a super highly energetic friend and just kind of chilling out. And we still haven't gotten to these yet. I'm assuming this is going to be like Natsuki and Yuri having to get over their differences of... Because Yuri really hasn't been in this side story at all. So let me open it up, and then I will be right back. Sorry about that. Got apple juice though, so that's a good sign. Oh, apple juice is so good. Okay. Starting off this chapter. So, left off, Natsuki kind of wants to chill out and have her space. And Sayori's got to understand that. So, it's probably going to start off with Natsuki talking to Sayori. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Natsuki! I never run into the other club members around the school. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. She looks thrilled. Sayori is definitely going to take this well. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Hey! She definitely saw me. Nice. Good shit, zombie. Monika is the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she'd ever want to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me. Oh, I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry, I'm sorry, that was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do. That from anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh, well that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends, but it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. Makes me feel like she's only spending her time with me during the club because I was reading manga. She doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Yeah, I don't think Yuri is the best person to take this up with. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Sayori, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them? Of course, I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best parts of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people. I cherish my alone time. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think, well, if I was trying to have alone time and it was being threatened with an interruption, then I would just, it just would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. It's, well, we're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think that I'm dying. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside of the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jump head first into a new commitment. But that means I was really bothering her? That means I was really bothering her. her with a question. That means I was really bothering her? I don't know, that's a weird way to ask that with a question mark. That's a really way to put that with a question mark at the end. I just really wanted to be good friends with her. So I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so why was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her and she doesn't want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori? I think that, well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So I think if we were to realistically consider the situation, and how it would cause someone. Okay, I'm gonna restart this line. Holy fuck. So, I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it could cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this. I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others, and my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs, and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. Hehe, I'm mature. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll just spend the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay? You're blocking the door. Oh! Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. Shit. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. I get the feeling that, it's pretty obvious. When they made the original game, they definitely did not have plans for the background to be fleshed out this much. They just kind of, like, these background stories were built around the main story. And I feel like it's pretty obvious. Like, when you play the game, one of the things it doesn't do well is it doesn't make you feel like these characters, it feels like they've existed for a long time, but it doesn't feel like they've known each other. It still feels like the club is super new, and with this, it's adding so much background, which is, it's not killing the main game, but I feel like it's hurting it a little bit. Which is funny, considering I actually like this writing more than I do the main game. I enjoy this. Well, not considering the psychological elements, I just enjoy the way the characters interact on this more than the main game. Anyway, get another drink and I'll go back to it. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Don't do it, Sayori. Ooh, are we riding today? Monika speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the clubroom. She kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine, Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who's focused on her manga. Monika follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monika falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monika to see. It says, to Sayori. Understanding? Understanding? Monika smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monika gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. Cute. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed. So has Monika after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then, Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry, I didn't know where it's supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there's any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the clubroom. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back to face Natsuki. Oh, no way, bro. No way, bro. The two best characters in the game. So cute. I love Natsuki's hair. So freaking cute, bro. So freaking cute. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously, because I can fucking speak, anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all... She cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to feeling... Oh, look at her, bro! Natsuki is so adorable, bro. And Sayori smiling. So cute! Like, feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. Oh! It's a poem! There's no title. Oh, there's a title. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's bright and it's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Wasn't there something about like a Killa armor piece or something? Armor piece when you were streaming that you used on the first run where you found the cheater? It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories, all of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch, but it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break, don't come in, I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture, and I peek through the keyhole, and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them, to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do and I'm scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it, however long it takes. If you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world. Cute. Aw, look at them! They're so cute! Are they in the hallway? I think they're in the hallway. Yeah, because Natsuki followed her out, I'm pretty sure. But there's a chalkboard. It looks like in the hallway, though. Because the light coming in, that's definitely in the hallway. It's a poem. But I thought, well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it, please? Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About like the friendship stuff? I mean, it's okay. I understand, so you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Okay. Your poem did a good job, so don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault and I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I want to approach you all the time, and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendships should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods again. They're so cute! One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Cute. Well, anyway, now that the two of them have found a common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not going to be like sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to do once in a while, only the best ones. I'll look at it in a second when I'm done with this. Chapter. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying, more importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last two chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me? That's so cute. Oh, shush. Hehe. Cute. There's new mail. I'll look at that in a sec. Let's check out the screenshot for Thickums. For frickin' Thickums. Bro, he's even got the like Adidas jacket on, bro. He's got the straight up jumpsuit on. What the fuck? Or the tracksuit, whatever it's called. That's fucking amazing. I didn't think Tachanka could get more Russian. Oh, that's nuts. Isn't he like really hard to kill? Wait, there's no new mail. Why does it say new mail? What the fuck? Whatever. Let's see. There's new pictures. I think that's what it was trying to tell me, but it glitched out. Aww, selfie with a little cat thingy on there. That's cute. Isn't this new? Yeah, I like that. Should be a new poem in here. Should have the hallway as a background, right? Yeah. Best place in the world. I like that. Okay, so there's one more poem. Wasn't there a different poem that I didn't see yet? What's under the light too? Amy likes spiders. That'll be your beach because you the best place in the world is from that chapter, obviously. Huh. I don't know what this one is. Maybe there's a poem that Monica gives you from like the random dialogue. Okay, this is becoming the background though. I love this. I might keep it at that. I don't think there's gonna be many that are better than this one. This is so adorable. Secrets. We still haven't gotten that last location yet. No new special art. Okay. Okay, so now we're on reflection. Question is, should I push through and finish both of these today? I feel like I should. Just straight up get them over with. But I'll have to straight up move through it. Whole ass through all that. Okay. Bro, why did I just open Twitch on my phone and it said ASMR ear licking? That's what I opened Twitch to. Just the thought of that makes me uncomfortable. Okay, give me just 1 second and then we will push through these last two side stories. I'm really excited for. But I don't want them to end, man. I don't want to be done with them. God, this sucks. It's like it's bittersweet thing because they're so good and I love them so much, but I don't want to be done with them. Oh, I didn't even see what you said, zombie. 500 or 100? Is there any difference? Like, do you get like a different color jumpsuit for doing the 100, or is it just the same jumpsuit for less? Because then I don't know why you wouldn't just do the 100. It is a lot still, though. You're right. I'll be right back. I'll look at your response here in a minute. Alright, baby, let's finish these up. Reflection. Monica and Yuri. So this is all the pairings, right? And then... yeah, this is all the pairings. Okay, reflection. Yuri and Monica. Oh, starts off right in the middle of a conversation. Am I bothering you? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work. God. I can't fucking read today, bro. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be really healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or when there are too many people, or when everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch the pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing in the air, but the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. that is just totally and completely Natsuki and Sayori. Maybe I should say something. No need, they just ran out of cookie. What a waste. They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though that may be partially my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about times during lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh. But I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. Do you always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite. Bro, you don't mess with a Russian in a tracksuit like that. They're evolved, and it's a Chonka helmet. Like, that's like end game in real life armor right there. Like, if you put it on a Chonka helmet and a tracksuit on in real life, you become 50% more bullet resistant. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Even like romance? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, you know what I mean. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do too. Maybe. More when I was in middle school. Man, I was really lonely, and people were mean to me a lot. So it kind of felt like... please don't make me think about the past. Hehe, sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it was just between us? Try asking someone who has no shame, like Natsuki. Ouch! Sorry, I swear I didn't mean it. I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? When did you get into Monica? What the fuck? Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series that I really liked. Yeah, it was just like, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Hey, kinda like Yuri. Monica? Ah, sorry. That's completely wrong, so... It's still cool that you both really found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they've really helped you through a lot of hard times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. How high do you think How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long so I can say that I've read more than you. Not that I have the money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. I know, I was just joking. I could never actually read books like yours. It's too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill, I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion, I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? Sayori, are those from the floor? Sayori, quit being a degenerate and eating cookies off the floor. Jesus Christ. Gross. Also, wash your hands before touching any of my books. But my hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them. Fine. Fucking... They're having this conversation over here and Monica's just like, Sayori, quit eating cookies off the fucking floor, you degenerate fuck. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows well how much these mean to me. So how about you just leave me alone? How about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in a literature club. So I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I skipped too fast so I didn't get to finish my sentence. Please, what the fuck? History. There we go. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay. Well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure you can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That, then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Is that the end? No. Okay. But I said that was going to be a short one. New song. Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? It's important to me. Well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused of something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off that way. But our conversation yesterday helped me reflect on the power of language. And I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club, don't you think? Okay, like, I don't mind the new songs, but I feel like they play them at, like, a higher volume because it's a new song. And it's really distracting when you're trying to read. Make sure we're I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so, sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when receiving our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meal? Should I include breakfast? Oh jeez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? That's easy. Oh, Sayori. Ugh, fucking cherries? Cherries are awful. What the fuck? Come on now. There's so many better fruits. Cherries are dog shit. Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. Oh god. I didn't think I would fucking relate to Monica like this. Gross. Fucking relating to Monica and our cherry hatred. What? Cherries are delicious. Whoa, that's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. How does it make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See, the reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't because I don't like cherries, it's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was only your own opinion? It has to do with the way our brains interpret the words. You're talking about the reality of the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like Sayori. Let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty. Good. So, what if instead of that I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Well, that's fine, as long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay, so cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about the cherries, I talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not gonna quiz you or something. I know that. I was just sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty? How deplorable. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You're certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. I was reading and not keeping track of them. So she was just smashing some cupcakes. That's enough. We're getting off topic. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with spinning... God damn it. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. Aw, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. I'm just going to start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion. Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think that it's more respectable just to speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter to Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance to my reading material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. Oh, well, that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were going to say that manga is for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I really prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Wait, what? I messed up that sentence. Hang on. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. The second to last episode of AOT, like season 4. Yeah, season 4 gets really fucked up. Season 4 is... And, dude, Jasmine, I recommend reading the manga. Because you think it's bad now. When you finish, because the season ends in like a little bit of a cliffhanger. Or like, because this is like the first half of season 4. When you finish the first half of season 4, the ending is a cliffhanger, and I recommend reading the manga. I think I read the AOT manga in like 2 days, like that last half of what season 4 will be. It's really good. I recommend it. People don't like the ending, but the build up to the ending is really good, and it's really creepy. I think all of Attack on Titan's universe is really creepy. Gives me the heebie-jeebies, like just transforming into Titans and stuff. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki, nobody's immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Put this down. And I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But, I mean, the thing about... This is ridiculous. Do you see why I didn't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. But I've always got the impression that you secretly look down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody ever has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in a mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all my interests immature. You can't... Please stop. Please? You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. Oh, she's tearing up. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time, okay? Yuri's piercing words send the clubroom into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Jesus. Yeah, I know. The universe of Attack on Titan is definitely fascinating. And like I was telling Zombie the other day when we were talking about Attack on Titan and all that, everybody hates the ending. Like the long-term Attack on Titan fans that I've seen have really disliked the ending, and I can see why. Because it's like it doesn't seem like the ending that such a long journey should take. Like, the people who have been watching it since it came out in, like, I think it was like 2012 or some shit. Like, way long, 2013. Like, when the Attack on Titan anime started, and people have just been invested in it for all this time. Like, I can definitely see why um, people, if you wait that long for the ending and it's that, I can, because I'm not going to spoil anything. But if you wait that long for the ending and it's what it is, I can see people being disappointed. But I got into it very recently, and I kind of was able to binge it from start to finish, and not have to worry about any long breaks and rewatches and stuff. So I enjoyed the ending, but I also, like I said, I can self-reflect and see that, man, if I was Demon Slayer and I was waiting for these to be animated and I was waiting for the story to finish and it ended like this, I'd be pissed. Like, I'd be seriously, like, I can understand where they're coming from. But the universe is great, honestly, and I'm really excited to see if they add it. I know it's going to probably be a while if they ever do add more to it, because they left it, the new ending that they made, they left it open ended. Um, so if they do add more, I'm really excited to see where that goes. I love AOT. It's very good. I definitely judged it by its cover before watching it. I was like, this is just gonna be it's gonna be pretty shitty. And that meme that I retweeted where it was like season one is like, oh, I know where this anime is going, and then season two, three, and four is like, no, I fucking don't. That's incredibly true. Okay. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so I was just saying, how did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I should have tried to moderate a conflict when I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. It was a really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not in a manga, but if you actually look down on other but I don't care if you're not in a manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it. Am I reading this right? Like I said, I don't care if you're not in a manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it. I don't think that's supposed to have a question mark. That's the kind of point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things, it's about just recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you were trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her, not the way that we talk to each other, right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. Actually, I think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow, I'm just like saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out. Because I can just move on now. But mm, it's fine, I promise. Let's just get our mind off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. This would be a learning experience. Oh shit. Ugh. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Natsuki sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Oh, that's the end of part 1. Now this time, do we actually have new mail? We do. So, This is another thing. I don't know if these are actually going backwards or if this is supposed to be going forward. I don't understand. Like, if I'm unlocking these and it's supposed to... I don't know. Okay, ethics. Or re-ethics. So if somebody had sent something first called ethics. Simply put, it's not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics just because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge. That's the government's job to figure out, long after we've made enough headway for it to no longer apply to us. It's fundamentally flawed to apply ethical reasoning to this anyway, because humanity's code of ethics is based upon nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for creatures that we can convincingly project our emotions onto. The humans in our VMs operate completely different from us on a fundamental level, and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. Jesus, Paula is a douche. Got new pictures. Oh, now these notifications are out. Finish the poem game. Hopefully this doesn't glitch out again and spam this annoying shit. Trust one. Understanding one. So I got the Yuri picture. So cute. Like that. Anything new down here? Nope. Okay. We'll continue on to reflection part 2. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the clubroom earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still, so she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry. Oh, fuck. My heart feels vacant because the ship sailed away. Yo. Yeah. Natsuki. Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you want me listening in on your poetry thing. Yeah, thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish that up then? Oh no, it wasn't... I mean, I'll just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri is too nervous to come into the clubroom by herself, so... Oh. Jeez, does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. Oh god. I just want us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that'll help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy the way things were before we had to have that conversation yesterday. What part of the conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it though, because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I just hate that she thinks she's so much better than me, just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me, or manga, or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly. Would you give Yuri's books a chance? Ha! After this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Sayori shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And the fantasy has quite a lot to... And the fantasy has a quite a... Ooh. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover, and it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that both the manga and fantasy are true to themselves. So I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was Monica when I was new to the club. Then it was you, and now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. And if they just realize that... and I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. And if they just realize that we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everyone's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Natsuki? Sayori puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and make friends who are really good with the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you magically connect with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or get the communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles with a lot with too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of like reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one, vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends, and I guess my dad when I don't get good grades, or even stupid things like if my room isn't clean. So what am I gonna do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry, and I find ways to blame everyone else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself. No, our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. That's a part of vulnerability, accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because of my feelings, because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase, and that I'm just way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself, out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are more like your roommate. You live in the same house, and you gotta see each other every day, and you can ignore each other. And even if you could ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then, and it's gonna make you feel like poop. So, the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with, called depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. I want to be a good person like you. Aw, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted a It wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. Oh, here it is. It's the final spot that we haven't seen yet. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not going to yell at you. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time I won't just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes the seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns and I can't get away from them. What kind of negative thought patterns? Like, everyone hates me, especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't mean to scoff at your dumbass statement. I'm just kidding. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to the time that she found herself. What? Monica thinks back to the time that she herself found herself in an alternate. Give me a minute. I know how this sentence makes sense, but do they have to make it this complicated on me at 3 a.m.? Come on now. Monica thinks back to the time that she found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think that Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. Well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh, but that means the burden is on me, and I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place, because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you, and we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I'm really ashamed of it. I'd like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person, so for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her. But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri, feelings are never wrong. They're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just they're just the state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like that's something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, just acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature and so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri, I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. It didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it to her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself that you're better than everyone else is just a defensive mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. But I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle, and I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure, I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things, and I say things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that. And I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways. But I'm friends with her because she put so much effort into understanding me so that we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. There's a type of person or a magical formula that I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica is caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's unusual to hear her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri smiles gently to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Yes, zombie. Drink break. That's funny. You just ran him for his foams and got the hell out of there. Sayori too. And it makes me happy because I learned a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you. Monica never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. Hey, you don't gotta be geared when it comes to doming people. You just gotta hit one shot. Simple as that. That's something I find super funny about like the Proud Boys or whatever in real life. The Proud Boys and how they'll go marching in the streets, like they have this body armor on and these like ARs, and I'm just sitting here thinking like I could get my 22 out and I could hit a shot right now and that's it. Like, you have all this shit on, but all I need is one shot. If I really needed to. I'm not going to say I'm going to kill somebody, but if the time arose, like, I hope they realize they're not all that. Because they have all that shit with them. It's pretty funny. It's true. Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. Is there a CG for this one? A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected, this was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Yuri, what a surprise to see you during lunch! Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me. What, is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Ah, thank goodness, I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back to the classroom, says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, and then grabs a pen off her desk before turning to Yuri. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. This is a new song too, I think. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Aha! Oh gosh, sorry, I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today. Just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I really get sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too. I do that too. Aha! Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in here. After peering inside, Monica opens a classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends, as she watches Monica pull two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Aww. She's left-handed? I didn't know that. Hey, you're left-handed? That's neat. Ah, yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. They're cute. Definitely not the two best girls, but, you know, whatever. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Haha, sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Why is Monica... She's got that cross going on there. She's really focusing on the paper. Anyway, how about we start by listening to different things you want to say to her. Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Oh, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But, never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. She then writes the word reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me! Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks, I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken time to understand my needs and respect my interests. The same goes for Natsuki too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that too. So what kind of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I can talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable, so we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps just to tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first that you have to make sure that they know how you're... Jesus, this is a lot of text on these lines. Like, they should have split this up, because my brain is mixing the two lines together and it's messing my reading up. Okay. I think first you have to make sure that they know you're ready to respect them and listen to them and admit the things that you feel you could do better. Then finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, one for each of those points. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze, but as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. For a while, they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I'm thinking about a lot. What was that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong and that they're just a state of being that we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experience and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than an insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you feel about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone's always trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. Ahaha, I have to be able to read it to help out, you know. It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize how I'd really prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughed softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear you. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. Haha. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage, please. What'd she say? Oh, okay. Don't call it damage, please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe how I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks and all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you'd like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. And that's the end of that side story. Do we have new mail? No. Just ethics again. Oh, here we go. Cute. No, those. We have this CG, which is cute. We have the final. A small, quiet stairwell, which Yuri sometimes prefers as her reading location. That's the cute. I wish the school I went to had like vending machines all over the place and clubs and shit. That'd be super fun. Mine kind of sucked, but when I think about my high school self, I'm definitely not a person who would actually go to a club. I fucking got there at like I got there 10 minutes late, left 5 minutes early, and fucking just went home after school. I said fuck doing anything else here. Besides music stuff, I never stayed at school if I didn't need to. Alright. It's 3:44. Ugh. Should I keep going? It's just this one left, but I feel like this one's gonna be long. Oop. Uh-oh. Okay. For a second I thought the game crashed. It took a bitch. Let's go look at the music. Dusk. Let's teamwork. Jasmine! I think this is the song that they were talking about for the 030 file. Cause the one that referenced 030 was talking about titles for a song. And they were like, let's teamwork is good or whatever, like as the song titles. 158. I'm gonna do 158. And we'll see if we can get into this one. 150. What? Yeah. 158. 158. Files, internal, 030. Yes! That was it! Okay. Control simulation. Progress. Idea. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare. Snapshot is slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Fifth entity in VM1. Not part of original genetic model. Not present in data jumps. Very bizarre. Ive is less talkative today. Meeting ending on time. 12:55 OMG. OMG 12:55. OMG is the name of one of the male things. 12:55 obviously is a time. Let's look at OMG and see if there's any hints to this one. 404. I'm sure that's a file. 40. What is it? 12:55 is the time we're gonna need. DDLC.text. 12:55. 12:55. Okay, so DDLC.text. That's what we're at now. Holy shit. Huh. Okay. Doki Doki Literature Club. Welcome to the rebellion. We're all working our asses off with our jobs on the line, so we might as well have some fun with it too, right? I totally get why Paula wants to rush into data collection, but my proposal is we shift our efforts a little and build some new features for making real-time connection to the VM more useful and fun. If we're basically simulating a miniature universe, then it's kind of a waste to not be able to spend some quality time in there, right? But actually, I think wrapping this whole thing in the guise of a video game is great and hilarious. Is a great and hilarious way of covering our tracks. And if we do a good enough job, we might even be able to present it to Paula as a useful endeavor. Key selling points: 5 to 6 hours of misery, dread, and cute girls. Learn through the existential crises of others how to cope with your own simulated universe. Witness the destruction of a universe over and over in video game form. Ha ha ha, this is going to be absolutely amazing. And no, the irony isn't lost on me. Creating a secret team within a secret team is more meta than I signed up for. And that's saying something considering we literally work for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. We can come up with a fake game studio name and everything too. Obviously no plans to go public with this. But it would be a good part of the whole disguise. Plus, I want a cool team name that makes us feel like a bunch of heroes saving the universe. Kidding, but we're at least saving our jobs. Something like Team Salvation? Huh. So the Metaverse Enterprises is considered the original like the original game development studio, which they were working on this while also working on another game that was supposed to be a secret. Or maybe Metaverse as a whole entity is supposed to be secret. So then they were working on this, they were messing with universes, they've created a pocket universe that they call VM1 with characters that actually have consciousness in this VM1 and VM2 or whatever. And now they're using it as a game instead of using it as data collection. And Team Salvato, which is the guy's name, the guy who makes Doki Doki, that's his development studio, is supposed to be like a little fake thing that they made up for the universe, for the game. And they say they have no plans to go public with it, but clearly it went public. Back up. There's still this. Access keys found so far from tower rotation. Huh. I don't understand that. Backup. System. Is this just to teach? Boat, spaceship. I'm sure there's some way to solve this. So, but I don't know if maybe this is related to stuff I've already done? Maybe I have to finish the side stories? I'm sure there's more mail that I have to get. Huh. Can't open this. Can't open any of these. No fast. Set map? No. 221. That's the first message that you can go through. Huh. Okay. Jesus, it's almost 4 a.m. I think I'm gonna end stream here. God, no, we'll do the last side story. Fuck it. Finish this up, and then I'm gonna head to bed. Because I don't want to leave it with just this. Okay. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours she'll need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. Because the staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. It's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Oh, Ape, what are you doing here? I just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seem to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so... Not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems like a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off to her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seem to mean at least something, though it's not clear what that may be. Yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming after this side story because I'm fucking super tired. I haven't been sleeping all too well recently, so I've been quite tired. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at talking about this stuff. I just can't for some reason. I don't know why. But I want to. Eventually. There's no rush, I promise. Thanks. Yeah, after a 24-hour stream. I need my sleep. If I don't get at least like 10 hours of sleep, I don't function properly. And we're coming up on the point where I have to work at 2 a.m. tomorrow, or 2 p.m. tomorrow. So I'll be fucked. I don't have all my sleep. Shut up, zombie. You are a big, stupid man. It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today, she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again? Well, I just came here to read this, because there aren't any people around here. Oh, I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't, but there's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Zombie, hit her with the wall, talking to the wall thing. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since, like, they all assume that I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly. But I just don't want it to come up again now after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are into manga? Not unless online friends count. It's Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it. You know what I mean? Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone is constantly judging you by what you're reading. Jasmine, calm down. I don't want to have to hold you back, okay? You gotta. If I do though, you gotta hit zombie with the. You're lucky he's holding me back, even though we're thousands of miles from each other. That would be so awful, especially since I hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already, if you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We're all just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I used a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now, we'll think the same thing about our current selves. Haha, probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from my future coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow, I didn't mean to do it so hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. Wait, was her cheek, like, red when she did that? But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile, as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. The conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour, but the whole time, Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having so abruptly forced the end of their conversation. You're back? Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought, never mind. What I meant to say is thank you, in that it's a really nice gesture. It's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It was the other things that I didn't mean. I swear, please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get along a lot too. So I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something for you next time. Please don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay, thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. There are just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. I like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. So when I'm, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves. It's only gotten worse since I joined the literature club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good with just putting up with it, because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand for everyone around me to change. But, yeah, I know. Monica and Sayori don't really agree with that kind of thing. But they're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry. None of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. Aha, that's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. Do you think it's weird? No, it's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some things that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot. And we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh, I'm bad at a lot of those things. So? Are those all things that are important to you? Well, kind of, but they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Sayori really likes your baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Excuse me? How about you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about? Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine, as long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. You can't just compare friends like that and like measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not. You like it? Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're all like, "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me. Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or I want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have to answer that, I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices that her fidgeting with the pages. Natsuki notices she's fidgeting with the pages of her book. How come you like reading so much? Oh, well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like I want to be part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and soup interactions? Group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strong emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people. So, in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really? It's that hard for you to be around people? Like, all the time? Fairly often. Especially in group settings. Okay. Yeah. I'll be done here soon as well. I'm tired as fuck. Dude, lighting fireworks and running away from them actually takes more energy than you'd think. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do, and I just disengage. Oh. Wait, hang on, fuck. Is that hard for you to be around people like all the time? Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do. I just disengage. Oh. That doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one, and I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly that it makes my heart ache. Yeah, me too. Really? Mm-hmm. A lot. Like, more than anything. After Natsuki mutters that, silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. Yeah, we had cinder blocks. They're not cinder blocks. They're just like blocks, just like rock blocks. You can like stack them up to make walls or whatever, like bricks, I guess, stone bricks. And we would like take the firework and because it has the little square on the bottom in the tube, we just take it and put the rocks on the bottom, the square bottom piece, and then light them so that because my dad actually at one point there was a firework that he had and it was like a top, like a little spinning top, and you were supposed to have it sit straight up and down when you lit it, and it was going to spin on its own and stay like in a relative area. Well, he lit it and bumped it, and it turned, and it actually shot at like before he died. My grandpa was sitting in a chair on the back porch, and it went up the stairs to the back porch and onto the back porch and exploded like at his feet. It's fucking hilarious. And there's like I think on my it was my great grandpa that was sitting in the seat. And the people the house, the people who own the house, I think there's still a black mark on their back porch from that. It was like in 2010 that shit happened. One full of understanding. Is that the end of this side? Wow, I was one click away from being done with that one. Okay, music. What do we got in here? It's new. That one, I guess. What is this? Oh, that's the poem game one. Fuck. Saw that one. Are there no more of these? That one we saw. Balance 2, reflection 2, respect. Dang, there's 3 CGs left. Are there gonna be 3 CGs in this last half chapter? Or am I just missing something? Okay, well, let's do it. Get it over with. Because I'm dying. Okay. Self-Love Part 2. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today, she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I had come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I'd share them too. As she sits down, Natsuki opens the lid of her container. You made cupcakes? You know it? It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown, with dark green frosting immaculately shaped into a floral pattern, and topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. Hang on, let me look at this real quick. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. Ah, I just thought because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Aha! Don't laugh at me. I'm not... I just felt happy. Oh, sorry. Usually when... Never mind. What I mean is that I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them. From past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse. Zombie, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. Yeah, don't talk about the game now. You haven't been at all invested in this game this entire time. Fuck, my voice is done. I've got to get through this chapter quick. But you haven't been invested in this story this entire time. You're gonna act like you're invested now talking about sexual tension? Sexual tension was 3 chapters ago. You've been missing out, bucko. You gotta go back and watch the VOD. What do you mean, what? How did you get into baking? Oh, well, I don't know. It kinda just always appealed to me. What do you mean, what did you miss? What you talking about? Well, a few years ago. Okay. Sounds good, zombie. Good night, bro. Take it easy. It's fine, Jasmine. I'll send you the link to this one on YouTube. You can go on to bed. When I post this one to YouTube, I'll send it to you. Well, a few years ago, I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got like super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something I always knew I liked anyway. It's like baking is like art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would be just be eaten afterwards. Ahaha, yeah, maybe you're just too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my other favorite part about it. It's something I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like unconditionally. Everyone is always so thankful, and in that moment you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued? Yeah, I guess that. So were you able to make up with your friends today? Hmm? There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool. And that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So they're not going to stop? I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now where I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh, I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad that the situation is resolved, and that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that the cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me, but it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. She then shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know, and I like them very much, exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not going to take it from you. No, they were for making you happy. You make me happy. You're worth more than a cupcake to some people. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you and be your friend. Without warning, tears pour out from Natsuki's eyes. Without warning, tears pour from Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. I just... Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes, and it feels so wrong when you say those nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No, I am. I'm so difficult, and I can't think of even a single thing about myself that somebody would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person, like to be nice and do the things you wrote about in the letter. I knew if I tried in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know, I think a lot of those negative things too, about myself. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say. And later I feel like I said all the wrong things. And I just spent so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So I understand some of that through my own experience. That's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues, then hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself, that makes you a good person, so don't worry so much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around, and you're not shy, and you know how to make people laugh, and you're very passionate about things, and you know how to take the lead, and you care a lot about other people, and just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. Don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile, then sighs as it fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time, but then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? Just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like, I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. I don't really know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles while she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. Sorry. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something scary. To do what? You know, to end it. With them? Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. I wasn't, until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it, so much that feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. It's terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know, a lot of things. Like being alone. Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with. Not being able to replace what I have with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared that they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? Not physically. But... Yuri clenches her fist. Natsuki, what? If anyone ever even thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Ah, sorry, I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds on to that feeling, knowing it'll give her courage. Ah, you're here first today. And you brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just nothing left. It makes you feel so empty. I love how they're saying this at the very end of this game, where I'm about to be done with it, and I don't want to be done with this game. These stories are so good. This real quick. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of this series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I'd want it to go on forever. Maybe, but there are some things that I wish could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Yeah, definitely. I can at least think of one thing that I've read. I can at least God damn it. I can think of at least one thing that I've read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through and the ending really sucked. So it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like with friends? At the mall or downtown or whatever? I'm not a total shut-in, you know. Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and others in the club. I don't really meet with friends and arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter, it's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask anyway? I was just curious. I realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Harry looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees into her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she might have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them. And then I blocked them because I'm so afraid of their responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick and I want to hit my head against things. Please help. I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. She then puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through the Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good, safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight under Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feelings of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe and comfortable physical space. Cute. I'm shocked there was no CG for that. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it has passed, but Yuri is determined to not move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then, she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that going to keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future, but I think it will naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think that I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki of all people makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. Aww. Do you really mean that? You're probably going to regret saying that if you do. How so? Because I'm probably going to have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around to a lot of places. Shut up. I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Ah. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. Mm-hmm. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember? The first day you came into the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor, but for me you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh wait, yes I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is that fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry's my favorite. What a coincidence. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have the sick feeling in my stomach, but it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. Wait. Oh. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that will help. There's nothing that will make this easy for me. And you already did more than I thought anyone could. Jasmine, if you're tired, you can go to bed. I don't want to keep you here if you're super tired. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about, except that I think it helped me understand my needs a little bit better. The way I like to be treated. And the kinds of friends that I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place, even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought that it was a coincidence that you ran in. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first, with the help of Sayori. But you said I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, whatever, you know what I'm saying. Well, I guess I'm glad that you worked up the courage, even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave, and it will make things better in the long run. I think that anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean, like you? Yes, like me. You know, I could get used to this, as long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. Wait. I could get used to this as long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now. But I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. It feels nice to be reassured. Cute! The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air, a feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting, where the 4 club members will happily spend time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next, Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore together. That's it? No. Oh. Oh. There's another one. Well, I'm definitely going to go to that now. I can't stop here. I'm not just going to stop now. So yeah, must be where the last 2 CGs are. Ooh, here we go. Artwork by Statchley to celebrate Monica's birthday in 2019. I hope I said that name right. Cute. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I wanted to end, but now I can't stop now. I have to keep going, or I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, everyone, we're gonna be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think, wait, is this part, like, God, I hope this is the part without the main character where everything's fucked up. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know? Oh, Sayori and I already came up with a really good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah, so the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then, we take a map and plan along the most efficient route so we can get the most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that has nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. Alright, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically we get all the food we can, then we come back here and we all eat together. That's all. Wow, I got tricked twice by the same joke. Boo, don't be a hater, it's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. We've really got a shot at showing people what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission and still put together a public event. Oh my gosh, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club. Well, that's kind of tough, because everyone gets something a little different out of the club. Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build. Yeah! That's too embarrassing. Aw, but you'd have so much to talk about. That's exactly why. Oh, shit. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, maybe, but I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's the literature club. We talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant. It's not good to say suck it up because it sounds like their feelings don't matter. Right, my bad. It's just a habit I need to break. Well, anyway, who's gonna start? I'll start. I was the first to join after all. Aha, wouldn't that be me? No, I want to go first. Fine, you can start, I don't mind. Yay! So, gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. It seemed like... Oh, fuck. I could feel that yawn coming. Shit. It seemed like that it would be a safe way to express myself, you know? Like if it's just a poem, then I can share it without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would be a really good way to get to know other people too. So yeah, I was really surprised when I walked in and it was just Monica. And she was sleeping. Aha! Don't remind me of that, oh gosh. Yeah, but it seemed like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much, I wanted to see it help other people too. But it ended up being me who was inspired, because I remember feeling Monica was just so sweet and mature and that I could trust her with anything. It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the literature club was going to be a special for a lot of people. Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it helped for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's different needs. And it makes me really happy, because my friends are just the most important thing to me. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too. I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you. Really? Mm-hmm. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came was to find others who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with, so when Sayori tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component of friendship. Sayori and I were able to be friends together because Sayori and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do, or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club, and thanks to that, I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better. Fuck. You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed. Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who's easily liked by others, like the two of you can. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said, says Yuri, holding a yawn. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, I also discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write rather than speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need. Oh my gosh, you're so cute that I'm gonna throw up. Okay, please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. Hey, isn't that my line? Oh, well, for me, it's actually true, so... What are you saying? Nothing. I finished my part, so somebody else take their turn. My heart! Sayori takes some deep breaths. Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you got out of this club. I did? Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. Oh no, I forgot that too. I'm a traitor to the cupcake queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No! I can't eat that many cupcakes. Yeah, true, only Yuri can. Hey! Well, anyway, I'm just putting off talking. It's kind of hard to talk about this stuff. But I guess what it comes down to is that I'm in a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It was honestly a really painful thing to go through, having to cut them out. It still hurts to think about. I'm sorry, Natsuki. It's fine. I knew it was for the best, and I was right. I guess it's time for me to talk. I guess for me it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought it was the right thing to do was just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that, God fucking damn it, man, I cannot read right now. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took time to respect my feelings, even when I was being like the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I really was the worst. Natsuki's voice chokes up a little. We love you, Natsuki. I just hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me and I could never do anything in return. That's not true. Natsuki, you've done a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what a literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down. Okay. Natsuki wipes her eyes. You helped me a lot too. It's so much fun to have you around. And you helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you, and you always deserve that. I agree. Seeing us have some of the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say, so Monika can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best of other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made the mistake multiple times of thinking that my way was the best for everyone, or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is help guide people rather than to do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of this club, realizing what that really means. Sayori, what are you doing? I just thought that we should be writing some of these things down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Sayori writes the word trust on the chalkboard. This is because you showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side. Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was so difficult for me to express myself. So it's just going through all the side story titles. In that case, Monika takes a piece of chalk as well, and writes the word respect. I always thought that I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there's more to it than I thought. And I'm a better person because of it. I have another one. Sayori writes the word balance. Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship, and they need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me. Yuri writes reflection. I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that's the most important one for me. That's great, we have a whole list of things now. Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk, don't look at me like that, jeez. You could have just asked. Monika hands her piece of chalk to Natsuki. Then Natsuki sighs and writes self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like the things are at least on the right track. So there, that's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is. We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Hey, let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, you're right. Make sure you send it to me after. Wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us. Everyone get together. I can't fit you all in. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? And click. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come, with only 4 members. Yeah! I have so many happy thoughts right now. I'm getting some really good inspiration for a poem. You know, I feel the same way. I kind of want to get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but I might not feel like sharing it. That's okay. The 4 members of the literature club disperse and return to their desks. each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance, then start writing immediately. Sayori stretches, then does the same. But Monika is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start. Just move your hand, Monika mouths to herself. Write the way into your heart. From the song! Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monika navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. Banger song! This is the Doki Doki main theme. Nice! That's so good. Oh, so Statchley actually made all of the CG art. Or most of the CG art, I should say. That's pretty cool. Because I think that was just a fan. I think they're just a fan. But I have no fucking clue, so I probably shouldn't say that kind of stuff. Lucid Sky. That was so good. Boo-doo-boo, boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. God, I feel like this game hasn't been talked about enough for how... for how really good it is. Like, these side stories without the horror element, really, really good. Also, this is the best art in the fucking game. No way it's not. So good. Sayori is so cute, and Natsuki is so cute. Oh shit, fuck. That's really cute too. Made with love by Team Salvato. Serenity Forge. Cute. So cute. So cute! Friendship and literature. Got a trophy, let's see. Finish all the side stories. Only 9.2% have gotten it. So I'm actually like, I'm pretty close to having the platinum for this game already. Wait, is there another side story? No. Equals, okay. So that seems to be all of it. Pictures. Go ahead and get rid of the notifs, because the notifs piss me off. Oh, are there no more? Well, obviously there's... Oh, there's a goofy one. That's why there's two. Okay, and everyone make a funny face. So cute. That's adorable. Surely there's something like... No? Nothing else? Huh. Dusk? No, that one's been here. I don't know, it might have been just giving me the last one again. Really, really good. So I guess just besides the rest of the trophies, that's all of the game. I'll look up some stuff on it. Oh. There's a new mail, but it didn't notify me. Issues caused by unprotected memory. Has anyone evaluated the side effects that may be caused by sharing a memory pool between multiple VMs rather than allocating them separately? I'm looking at some of the files VM1 is generating, and I'm finding some information that definitely shouldn't be there. I haven't seen any evidence that this is actually affecting inside of the VM itself, so I don't think this is a priority, but it's definitely worth noting. My guess is that the memory is being freed from VM2. The memory getting freed from VM2 isn't getting zeroed out, which technically gives VM1 access to it. All the info I have will go into the issue tracker, but I wanted to check and see if anyone has noticed something along these lines. Huh. Wait, does the regular DDLC story change after you do the side stories, maybe? Huh. No, don't do that. Huh. I don't know what that means. There's still a poem I need to find. Doesn't it have data collection somewhere that I can look at? Settings? Data collected, 86%. So yeah, I'm actually really close to the platinum, which I'm definitely gonna get. This game is pretty easy to get the platinum, I feel. So I'll go for it. Balance, reflection. Okay, that was really good. I really like that. God, I really hope they it'd be so nice if they release a DLC that actually has the festival and everything. Like have the normal setting, like without Monica freaking out and ruining everything. Just have her as like a choice. I think that'd be awesome. Because this game, this is a really good visual novel. Like, they did a really good job on just the visual novel side, like in these side stories. Maybe there is a new DDLC because I finished the side stories. Maybe not though. Well, I'd try it, but I'd have to get confirmation first before I go in and do a whole new playthrough. But yeah, unless I find something that would be worthy to stream, this will probably be my last Doki Doki stream, because there's not much else to it by the looks of it. But if I find any Easter eggs, I'll probably put them up as clips on Twitter, maybe, if I find anything significant. I mean, I feel like when I did the 404, the DDLC.text, I think that's like really the end of this little rabbit hole type deal. The folders, but who knows? I'll look stuff up and see. So if there's another Doki Doki stream, it's because I looked up something and there was more to the game than I thought, and I wanna end it that way. But anyway, if anybody's still watching, good night. This will be the end of my stream, and I'm probably not gonna be able to stream for the next few days at least, but or at least not tomorrow night, maybe the night after, but we'll see, because I do like to stream. I just gotta find a game, because now I'm fucking empty inside because this is over. This game is so fucking good. Okay, well, I'll end it there. Adios, if anybody's still watching.